Aha! I nearly had myself muted. But we're good. Okay, so today we have some things. We have some interesting stuff. What I need to look at right now. I don't know why. VS Code, please show up. I closed you, you dumb. Okay. Do I have to do this? And do I have to do this? I guess so. Okay, so here's the thing, alright? If I move this down here, does this become slightly more visible? Barely. Oh, you know what would be sick? Wait, 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 I have an idea. Would I have to... Wait. What if we go here, and then, hold on, I have like brilliant fucking idea. And we go here. We do that. I don't know if that really works out, but that's fine. And then I go here. And then I go here. Hold on. If I do this, does that... You're like weird. I mean, I guess it works. Okay, so what I can do is I believe I can do one of these. Yeah, look at that shit. We can flip them back and forth. Which is actually relevant, because when you look at a lot of this shit right now. So, what's really important here is, for a lot of these damage distribution stuff, obviously you have like a whole damage distribution and shit, but it would be great if I could have a like obviously I want the tooltips to show like the distribution and stuff, right? And so I need to see like where that is. Like where the stuff is like drawn, but the tooltip information is drawn to the screen, basically, is what I'm looking at here. Where is tool here? Is it just in Stardew Valley? Yeah, it's just fucking there. It might be in item, comparable, net object. So I'm gonna believe, because okay, so this is base, that's system comparable. That's netcode.inetObject. Saleable. We could attach stuff, but I don't think we need to. So I'm looking for draw tooltip, literally right here. I just want to double check if there's anything. Okay, so for example, if we go to the melee weapon, that's gonna be like your swords and stuff. And this is not going to be an abstract class, so it has to, because it extends item to, it extends tool, which extends item. But I believe this has to implement the get description, load description. Okay, so if it's not a scythe, which is a melee weapon, that's fair. It'll get the damage, and it gets the speed, the area of effect, all this other stuff. And I presume that the tooltip method, this, I don't know where this gets called though, that's the thing. Can I scope search this namespace? I don't feel like that's gonna do anything. It didn't do anything. Okay, so if this isn't gonna work, I mean, this could work, but this is for like override text. I don't know what that's for specifically, but I'm thinking this might not be what I'm looking for. There's a path. The value with which to replace the 0 placeholder in the loaded text. Oh, in the loaded text, and then the 1 in the loaded text. Okay. Yeah, that's for that. Game1.parse text. And then there's the get description width. It's in draw tooltip where that's being done. So the thing is that I don't want to. Is that what it does with the other one? Measures the string, returns the size of the contents of the string builder when rendered in this font. So now what I want to know is, for example, when I was doing a Harmony patch, I can get the instance. Right, okay. So that's what I would do here. I would need to get the instance of the item. This is in item. And I could use that to get the distribution for the item. I have to develop a whole fucking tooltip system. Which is going to be the exact same as the way that I did it in DDD, but I can make it better, basically. It's fine. I don't know why you can't retrieve the latest commit at this time, but it's fine. It's not important. I think it's under, yeah, it's under util. I don't have a util, but I'm just gonna do it like this. And so we're going to be very similar. An unexpected error occurred. What the hell do you mean? Yeah, reload the page. What? Okay, well, it's not me, so it's them. What the heck? Oh, yeah, just GitHub is absolutely botched right now. That's annoying. Whatever. Okay, so we can go here, which means now I can do this. We can switch. I didn't make this a .cs file. Rename it as .cs. Or you can't seal interfaces. I guess it doesn't need anything. Okay, so what do I need? I need... This needs to be parameterized. This is gonna be, I guess it's an int, right, for color? No, it's a color. I believe it's in the XNA framework. Yeah, XNA framework.color. Could this just be a struct then? Oh, can I make this a read-only struct too? That's that. This will need a sprite batch, which I believe is there. Let me check this. Yeah, this is XNA. So now what I can do is I can do batch dot drawstring, passing in the font, the text, new vector 2 actually is what I need. We'll try like this, which is the same thing that we did here, or same thing that it does there. And then we can use that as a base. This is XNA framework. Can I just do it using Microsoft.xna.framework.vector2? Oh, wait, yeah, just do framework. Wait, but I already have that. Then get rid of this one. I don't need that one. And now this is redundant. There we go. Okay, what is the text shadow color here? We don't know. No, find in here color. Okay, yeah, so it's text shadow color. Where do you set that? Text shadow color. Text shadow darker color? What the fuck? Text shadow color is that, and then text color is that. So I want to know the difference between those so that I can theoretically manipulate a color in order to do that. Right, so what I need right now is I need a hex color picker thing. For example, I think I have to specify this as RGB, so 341734. That's a purpley text color, right? And then this one, the text shadow color, is 206, 156, and 95. Yo, that's whack as fuck. But I guess, yeah, that does kind of work. I can see why that is used. Wait. Whoa, 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 whoa. What if? Hold on. Show me the UI. Show me the UI. Show me the UI. Yeah. Okay. Good. All right. Dude, I see the fucking colors that I just looked at. No, don't like go to Reddit. I don't want to like go to Reddit. I just want to like. Oh. I can go to not that. Developer tools. Eyedropper. Oh, it's not under developer tools. Whatever. Aha. See, so now I can grab this color here, which is I mean, I think there's a bit of a gradient here, but let's say I grab this F7B970, right? So that's this color. And the reason I'm grabbing this color is because that's basically the background of the UI. And so from what I'm understanding, we are casting a colored shadow onto that, technically. So how can I merge these colors together in a way? I could average those colors together and add some black. Add some black doesn't really make much sense in this context, but I'd be subtracting like the luminosity, right? Basically, instead of adding their RGB components and dividing by 2 to average them, I could add their RGB components and divide by 3, for example. And that would make it darker. Or I could divide by 4, right? I could have that multiplier. I presume this new okay, I presume there's a new that requires an RGB, right? So can I do like just 2 4? Yeah, I actually I can, because that's literally how it does it here. I can do 247, 185, and then I can do 112. So that's sort of the background color, right? I no longer need this. So what this wants from me now is this drawstring requires from me the sprite font, the text, the position, the color. There was a couple other things as well that it wanted. No, the position and then just the color. Actually, that's fine. Okay, so what I should do is I should get the color. Am I gonna need the alpha? Text color times 0.9 times alpha. If the alpha's 1, it never matters. So I never need the alpha here. And so now this is going to be taking this color and averaging it, right? Right, so I need can multiply colors. How the fuck does that even work? All right, I can take the red component. I can add the BG color red component. So for example, if I take 0.6 times that plus 0.4 times that, right? I have a little bit more emphasis on that. But I can make it like 4 and 3, and then it will be darker. And I basically do that for every component. Does this really require... I mean, I guess it could require... It can do floats. Wait, it can do floats. No, I need as ints. Now I can just do this. Darken average. Passing in. This can be static. This is true. Color.r. bgcolor.r. That's the first argument. The second argument will be color.g, and then bgcolor.g. And then the third one will be color.b and bgcolor.b. Right, so now I do this, and now what the game wants to do is it wants to draw the text multiple times. I guess to maybe blur the shadow because they're like ever so slightly off kilter or whatever. I don't know. Next, it wants to do 2.2f, and then it wants to do it with 0, 2, and 2, 0. Whenever it's 0, 0. Oh wait, I'm an idiot. So now, if I is 0, I don't want to start j at 0, so I'll start at 2, and then we'll offset it, right? And then this is basically just going to be ij, right? And then it'll be at 2, which is less than or equal to 2, so we'll go. And then it'll be at 4, and then we'll leave the loop, right? And then we'll increment this, and this will be at 2, and then this will be at 0, so we'll draw it at 2, 0, and then we will draw at 2, 2. Now I don't have to now I don't have to write out that statement multiple times. So if I just want to adjust these positions, I can do it here, and then, that's fine. What do you mean? Why are you using this? Then after we're out of that, what I'll do is I'll do batch.drawString. We'll draw it using the specified font. We'll draw the text. We'll draw at the specified position. We'll use the color. And then we will increment this y here. Using the same thing, font.measureString, passing in this text. Dot y plus 4. I'm gonna have to offset this by whatever that thing is. Okay, so I would like them to all be aligned. So in that case, What I'd like to do is I'd like to also be able to draw the number part, right? So in order to do that, should I just add that here? Probably. Now, do I want... Should it just be like generic text? It probably should just be generic text, and then I would need text for thing. You know what? I got this. I got this. So this would be the shadow color, and this would be the main color. I don't think I can extend the struct. Yeah, structs don't. I just have to compose it together, which is exactly sort of where I thought it would be. So this needs to be like that. I'm gonna pass in the batch. I'm gonna pass in X. I'm gonna pass in Y. I'm gonna pass in the font. I'm gonna pass in the pause. I'm gonna pass in the color, and I'm gonna pass in C. Oh, I need to pass it as a ref. Wow, interesting. So I have this, which is going to telescope into this. Now I can use this to draw the number. And then this text is just going to be that. But then this is going to be some new text. Yeah, GitHub is hella down for some reason. I have no idea why. What is this try format nonsense? Tries to format, I was reading this, tries to format the value of the current float number instance into provided span of characters. I don't care about that. I need to format this as a %. Well, the easiest way is to just look this up. I don't know the format string stuff for this. I multiply it by 100, and then I hide trailing 0. Yeah, okay. This is good. This is good. I can do toString, right? And then I can do this, multiply it by 100, toString in the format of 0. Blah blah. Text color. I can just grab that because it doesn't really matter because I'm not going to be using that. Now, this draw string or draw text is going to need be void. I draw the text. It's going to take a sprite batch. It'll take a ref int x, ref int y, sprite font for the font. Then what it'll do is it'll draw the weight, right? So we'll do weight dot draw could I feel like I'd want this in here because this is like a subtype of text. And I format it? Nope. That is not how formatting works. Gotcha. All right. Cool. We can go back to this. Nope, not this. This. Can we? If I just do this. Okay, cool. Because now I can draw text. Because now is good. That should probably be public, and this should probably be public as well, because I will need that. But I won't really need that one, I don't think. So I draw this text passing in the batch, the ref x, the ref y, the font, and then the position is going to be, well, the same position. I guess the positioning shouldn't be different. So I have that, and then what else do I need to provide? I need to provide the colors. So this is going to be game1 dot text color, and then game1 dot text shadow color. And then this one is going to draw it this way, which means it's just going to do all of this, but it's not actually going to increment it. Right? And now I can do text.draw text passing in the same stuff. The batch, the refx, the refy, and the font. And then this one will call this method, which will get our shadow color for our custom color. We'll draw the text like this normally, and then we'll increment that, which basically allows this to do the whole thing. I guess, I don't know, maybe it should be public. Maybe it doesn't need to be public. Well, if it needs to be public, we'll fucking deal with that. And now I have a text appender that is going to append text. It's going to create text for just like that. Use a framework color. We use that. No, do this using Stardew Valley. There we go. So now that I have this text, this can be like this. I'll put this in namespace. Thank you for auto-correcting that. That was much appreciated. Because I want to, once again, only show that if that text is there. So I'll have an implementation folder. Yeah, I'm gonna namespace, so don't worry about it. And then implement this interface, and then implement this no, wait, this is abstract, so I don't know if I need to implement these things yet. But now I need the concept of figuring out the key that is pressed. I don't think there'd ever be a shift, so I think it's always... Or sorry, I don't think there'd ever be a control, so I think it's always shift that I'm looking for. But I can also have that be a key binding in the thing. Now, I don't know how you do key bindings in this, which means I need to look at you as an example. I believe there's a config here for this mod. I'm looking at the Walk of Life Professions mod. Oh wait, but I'm not gonna be able to because fucking GitHub's fucked for some reason. What is wrong with you, GitHub? Can I like check to see if it's experiencing problems? Actually, I don't really know. Oh my god, it actually is. Everything was fine until like basically when I started stream. Then GitHub went down. Are you fucking serious? That's messed up. So I can't check the thing. So I can't check the whatever thing. Oh my gosh. That's terrible. Whatever. I think for now we're just gonna force it to be shift. So should this not take the keyboard state? Because then I can pass that down over. So this is basically just a fancy ass predicate. That's all this is. Keyboard state. And then what I'll return here is I'll return state dot. Oh, would you look at that? There's a whole bunch of shit. Is key down. Oh, look at this. Keys dot shift, left shift. And then I'd love to be able to change that to be whatever, you know, the config demands it to be. That way, if you wanted it to be different, you could make it different. I don't do that in DDD for Minecraft, and the reason for that is because you already have a million fucking keybinds and the shift and control work really well, but I mean, I might as well offer the option here. But then can I get that? Can I get like the name of? No, that's just the fucking thing. Yeah. Uh-huh. Sure. So now when I want to implement, I guess get text, that should return text. Yeah, and then this is specified in, okay, inconsistent accessibility. Return type text is less accessible than that. Aha. See? That's some shit right there. This should be public. More than one protection modifier. True. I guess I did make all this shit public, but then what did I make internal? I know there was some shit I made internal. It was all this. Yeah, it was all this that was internal. Wow, that's crazy. Okay, so then this just needs to be public then. And then this needs to be public as well. Right? You can't have static structs, right? Yeah, no, okay, yeah, it's not valid. Just because it's already a type that's like defined. That's what I thought. I was a little Java pilled there. Okay. Okay. So now that that's resolved, so we have this. This can give us the weight, which is basically going to be us retrieving it from the config. But then doing that, I can then create a whole bunch of different texts. This should not just be this. This should be like multiple things, right? So it should be like a text array or an IEnumerable. Maybe we'll just make it an IEnumerable. That way we can just enumerate on it. Because we're going to be returning multiple things. And then we're going to be drawing all of them. Just batch that shit together. So we have that. And now, well, first off, actually, before we even do that, we should check if not is key held down. I don't have the state. I'm not going to be able to do that. That's going to have to be done later. This text is going to... Oh, wait. Yeah, okay. It would need to do that so that when I go here... Wow, I can actually nest these together. That's so fucking crazy. I can't even check. Well, I mean, I could check. But I also argue... So I'd want to check to get the colored text that Minecraft DDD uses for this, but I argue that that actually isn't going to work too well. So I should pick a different color to use for this. This is like 12/19/92. Alright, and then basically, if the key is held down, we do this, we iterate over it, we draw the text. The key is not held down, we do this, we draw that. That's simple. What the heck? No, that's not what I wanted to do. And then I can return this, right? Because this is an enumerable. Yeah, okay. So now, does the weights have a for each? You don't. Can I iterate over? There's no way. I've never needed to iterate over both of them at the same time. Can I? Okay. Show me the syntax. Tuple deconstruction. I might not even be able to have that. Aren't I? Actually, no, I should be able to. Yeah, I don't care about that. Yeah, okay. I got you. 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 All right. So then what I do here is I iterate over this. I could use tuple deconstruction, as it says, which would look like this. I'm just gonna have that be W in, but I don't think I actually have. Yeah, right. I don't have this. This doesn't exist in this version of C#. That's what I thought, because that's like C#7, and I'm like .NET 5 or 6. I don't know what that means on C#5 or 6. I'm not exactly sure the difference there, but I think what I can do is I can just do a key value pair. And this is going to be much faster. Oh, wait, does that have to be for each? Is that what I had for this? Oh, I did for each, okay. I am not. I need to do this more regularly so I can build up my C# muscles, basically. But now that we've basically iterated over the entry set, I'm gonna have a lot of Java analogs, because that's just what I do more. I can now convert each IDDD damage type and float into a thing. I can do list. Oh wait, this can't be text. This can't be text. I just realized. Unless this can like implement an interface, but I don't think structs. Actually, structs can implement interfaces, right? Pretty sure, right? Yeah. Yeah, so that's what I would want then. I would want an interface, and then this could be like basic text, and then this could be tooltip weighted text. And then this is no longer like a quote unquote subtype of regular text, even though it's not, but the way I've structured it in like its placement suggests that I could have iText as an interface that just has a draw, right? I basically define a lot of these draw methods. And then I have this tooltip weighted text, which I guess extends basic text? No, it doesn't need to extend basic text. Okay, so here is the dealio. I need this is gonna be an implementation. So okay, here's the thing. I have an iText, right? We're gonna namespace this as sdv.tooltip_system, and then this is going to be public interface iText, and this text is going to have the ability to draw text with a sprite batch. Ref X pause, ref Y pause. Whoa, what are you doing? A sprite font. I'd rather have types of this. I'll have abstract text and then basic text, and then yeah. Because that's all this really needs to expose in this text hierarchy, is the ability to draw itself. And all these other things are going to be structs. Well, I guess they would be structs. Or maybe I don't use structs. Because they'd be a little bit more of a complex type now. They'd be classes. They're still basically structs, but with classes I get a little bit more flexibility. And it's not as simple as just, here's the text and the color, draw it, right? Though I could do it like that. I could still do it like that. It's just, it's draw text methods. Would be like that. And everything would need to be based off of that. I don't know. I feel like it's slightly better to have classes. So this should be internal. All right, it's gonna be like this. And I can make this a nullable type. Whoa, not that. I don't know why I have this. Oh wait, yeah, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I need the framework one. Oh wait, I know what it wants me to do. It wants me to implement this like this, and then if I want this to be something, I could make it virtual, right? It's because virtual's for partial implementations, right? Because this could actually be useful here. Modify method, blah, 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 allowing it to be overwritten in a derived class. It provides a base implementation while enabling runtime polymorphism so that most specific behavior is executed. And then this is where it's gonna do the basic thing. Where I'm gonna go here, I'm gonna go here, and I'm gonna do this. And this is going to be color. And then that's going to be BG color. Boiler, yes. Oh. Ugh. Yes, I can do this. The null coalescing operator. M1 dot text shadow color. Wait, I can't. Why can't I just pass null here? This allows it to be null. I see what my problem is. I'm doing this backwards. I need to be doing it like that. And we can extend abstract text. And then what do I want to do here? I want to go. You're right, it is incorrect. I want sealed. Means that base class abstract text is less acceptable. I guess this can be internal. And the reason why it can be is because I've defined the interface as like that touch point of the way of interacting with this whole text drawing system. And so as long as this is here, then as long as I pass that, this is just implementation details, which I'm abstracting away. So I can make it internal provided they're all in the same package. Which they will be. And then I do this, right? So that I can do the base constructor where I can pass in the text. I pass in the color, and then I do this whole darken color shtick. So I go here, I'm gonna go here, we're gonna grab this, I'm gonna put that into wherever I just was, here. And then we'll pass a new color, and then I can do this, and then I can go back into here, and I can grab this color. Oh, come on, don't be like that. Use the correct one. So now this is going to ask for a color, and we're going to do darken average, passing in color dot R, and then bg color dot R. Then we're gonna do color. Oh, wait a second. That's darken average, color dot G, bg color dot G, darken average, color dot B, bg color dot B. And look at that. You can just do that. It's beautiful. It's great. You love it. Bam. And then we do override draw text. We draw this, and then we do y plus equals font dot measure string for this dot y plus 4. Oh, there we go. Oh, shoot, protection level. What a thing. It's gonna be protected then. What do you mean? Oh, wait. It was fine. Okay, good. All right, so we have this. That's great. And then it increments that, right? Which is exactly what we want to do. And then I have internal sealed class number text, which will extend our abstract text. And now we need to provide the string, which is the exact thing we're going to do here. We're going to scroll down. I'm going to grab this. And that's going to be our text that we use right in here. And this is going to be num. And then we'll have one more. But this is just going to implement the interface directly. You might want to call it composed text. We'll call it damage type text, or damage type weight text. Oh, I see what I did here. I was like, why is this wrong? I put it in the wrong spot. Whoops. This should also be private read only. New basic text. I need the type dot get display name. And unfortunately, the type does not have a color. Oh wait, it does. It does. It has a display color. Wow, I'm a fucking genius. And then we do our draw text. Okay, fine, go here, implement it, do the thing. Thank you. And the way we do that is I'm going to do number dot draw text. I'm gonna pass in, whoops, the batch, the ref x, the ref y, and the font. And then we're going to do type dot draw text. I think I can pass the batch. I can do ref x plus like some amount. And I'm gonna want to do like font dot measure string. That's gonna be the longest it would ever be. Dot x plus 4, maybe? Must be an assignable variable. So I need oh, because I it's gonna bitch. I guess not. I presume you're gonna accept in static constructor or variable initializer. Yeah, so exactly, that's the thing. I make a game1 dot font. Oh, but I don't know what font it's gonna be. I see there's a bunch of different fonts. Fair enough, game. Fair enough. we'll just do it like this. Oh. And then we do ref x, ref y, and the font. And then I do x minus equals xpad to go back to the way we were before, right? Because I don't want all the other text to be shifted over. I just want this to be shifted over by that amount because we're going to be drawing the number text first. I don't want to draw it on the same spot, obviously, so I'm going to increment it by, you'd say I should increment it by, you know, whatever this text is, but if I increment it by the same amount, they will all be indented the same amount and be flush on the left side, which is what I care about. And I don't need this. All right, so then what I would do is I would create damage type weight text, which is composed text with a number and a type, and then it just does that, and it does that by calling these things that handle their very specific things. So like this is not needed anymore, so you are going to go bye-bye. Yep, bye-bye. And now it's gonna bitch relentlessly, but that's fine. I can change this to an I text. That was literally the whole point. I can change this to an I text. Also literally the whole point. And then this can be an I text. 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 And then this is going to be a new basic text. There we go, and that works. So now I can actually add new damage type weighted text, and I can pass in the type, which is going to be entry dot get type? No, entry dot key. Entry dot value. I got confused for a moment. And all I need is for the different things that can possibly show up, which is going to be like the weapon items and stuff. It'll show that. And then what we'll do is that we'll only show. The difference is in Minecraft, you can hold a random item and hit stuff. In Stardew, you can't. So, as a result, it only makes sense to show this on stuff that actually are configured, unlike in Minecraft. So now I can go here. I can add a thing. Hey, how's it going? I can add a different. Okay, so what are we doing it for? We're doing it for the tools, and we're doing it for the slingshot. Is that it? Oh, and the clothes. Right. So I'll have two damage distribution ones. That doesn't really matter. Because even though it's getting a damage distribution, unless it could thing. Got some sleep and did some thesis writing. Now vibing with a milkshake. Nice. Unless I did distribution, right? Because distribution makes sense in I damage distribution. Oh, it doesn't make sense. This is all damage distribution, extends distribution, and I damage distribution, even though distribution implements I damage distribution. Call it syntactic sugar for a reason. But armor resistances. Okay, armor resistances extends an I distribution. and then an I damage distribution. Right, so wouldn't it make a lot more sense? Hear me out. If you were just this. In fact, actually, you need to be just this. If you're a damage distribution, I'm going to violate contracts. We don't want to violate contracts. The reason being is that the idea is if you're an I damage distribution, you have like this invariant here that the weights have to add up to 1. Right? And then this has a distribute damage, but the armor distribution should not be able to distribute damage. That doesn't make sense. Again, this is just syntactic sugar. Right? So, okay. That makes more sense. So, now back to this. Should this not return a distribution? And moreover, is the distribution not itself iterable? It's not. And I'd rather not do this. Like, distribute it and then iterate over that. That feels dumb. Is GitHub up now? Can I check this now, please? It's not up still. How does GitHub go down? How? I understand. Would it make more sense for this to be IEnumerable type of object to enumerate, and shouldn't it be a key value pair for IDDD damage type and float, thus allowing it to be enumerable? And then I can just do get enumerator. Fucking put it in. Influent interface. Get enumerator. Get enumerator. And then I can just return this.get enumerator. And I can just do that. The universe is funny. Yeah, it is. But now I can iterate over it. Now this is iterable, enumerable in C# land. This can return an I distribution. Since that's the only thing we're going to be displaying to the screen, because we're not going to be displaying, I don't think we're going to be displaying monster resistances in any way, unfortunately. Which means, yeah, it's kind of hard to show like what resistances each thing has. But that's fine. That's literally the whole point of the thing, is you figure out what works and what doesn't work. So now it does that. So now I don't need this or this or this. I need something in here. I need a I need what? What? I need like I guess I have a damage distribution one, I have a projectile distribution one, and then I have an armor distribution one. And this is probably public field class damage distribution tooltip appender, which will extend abstract key tooltip appender. And this is on like item. This does not implement inherited abstract member, blah 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 blah. Okay, is that all I need to do? That is all I need to do. So then I return DDD configurations dot items. Get, or, well, I can't get it for this specific item. I need to convert to a string, which should be the qualified item ID. I don't know what one I want to disable though. Fuck, brother. Where are you? Where are you? You're somewhere. Over the rainbow. Get over here. I'll find you. You menace, where are you? I don't know what warning to disable. Wait, couldn't I just... Am I making this way too complicated? Couldn't I just see what it is? It's CS8603. I guess this needs to know... Oh, restore, excuse me. Wait, what the fuck? Yes, 8603. Globally unique item ID, which includes the item type definition ID and item ID. Qualified item ID is not nullable aware. This should, if this is wrong, then I just get something else, right? Which means I probably need to set up some logging so that it knows. Yeah, whatever. Armor resistances tooltip appender. Oh, wait. I need a suffix. I need a suffix. Oh, I don't know the color. Yeah, and it would need to put a space and then the thing. Actually, I guess not. And this is where I would need this. No, actually. Incorrect. I'm using this basic text for the tooltip thing, which needs to then go on which then needs to, new line basically. But if I don't have that do that, then the problem is that that will then start drawing on the same line. Unless... And I don't need this. This extends that. And now that this extends this and is like this, I can now instead just return this. So shouldn't this be... No, this doesn't need to be abstract. We would not want it to be abstract. And then this is the only thing where it does this. So then here, it actually is basic text. And then we need this. I need suffix. We cast it to this. Oh, wait. What? Wait. What? Oh, I guess abstract text. It's protected. Oh, it's only protected. Shit. Is it not? Yeah, it's like this. Can you spell it? Yeah, sure. And this one is going to be will be altered. Well, no, maybe may. Specified font. So this is font drawn in or whatever. Oh, what are you doing? And this is the same thing. Get the text height in the supplied font. Whoa, that's not how you spell many of those words. Font to get height in. Right, so we have these things, which actually allows us to now specify these additional methods that are useful that I seem to be needing, where I can return font dot, well, it's going to be font cast to int font dot measure string. The text to measure is going to be text dot x. Text height's going to be the same thing. Turn int casted font dot measure string for the text dot y. There we go. So now when I'm in this, I see my problem. I now need to implement it here, but it doesn't make sense to implement it here because this is composed text. Unless it's just the width of all these combined. Wait, do I just have to specify an override? Actually, I don't think I need to. I think I just do this. What am I doing? Font dot measure string dot x. Oh wait, I think it needs to be text width. As inherited member, use the new keyword. So I need new int. And then if I do number dot text width, yeah, but if I get rid of the static, oh wait, I need to cast it as number text. That's what I need to do. There we go. But if I do this, yeah. I don't like this little warning here. Unless I make them virtual. And then when I go here, this is now an override. Like that. And now I no longer need to cast it to that because it doesn't need it. It'll just grab the appropriate text width, which will grab this one. That's how I should do it. I should have like default implementation and override it. You don't suppose I could have virtual? I guess putting virtual would be the same as putting default, which I'd rather just not. It barely matters. Whoa. Text width in this font plus suffix dot text width in this font. Wait, how did you? I assume the split returns a string array, and then the select is an extension on an IEnumerable. So if I just make this an IEnumerable, and then there's two overloads, which is the capacity and the collection, which is not helpful. Nope, and you don't have that either. Oh wait, this should be list I text dot. No, you definitely also don't have that. All right, I need to. One of these things did it here. Can I actually do that? Yeah, I can. And then this is like the list initializer. Type arguments cannot be inferred from usage. Try specifying the type arguments explicitly. So it's going to be like an int. Okay, a definition for select. And no accessible extension method select for accepting the first argument. Oh, I think it's I text and then int like this. You'd literally do though. I enumerable. Wait a second. No, this is I text. Should this be int I text? It didn't like. Never mind. It loved. Are you sure you loved? I don't know. That seems questionable, but we'll see. T results. Yeah, see this is a bunch of nonsense. I text int T result. Wait, what? I text I result. Oh, because it takes an int. Right. No. I see. Where was this? Is it my configurators or something, right? Where it did the select? And it specifies that function. This is a string array. It returns that. I need to project that, but I'm not looking for that function. I'm looking for a different one. This is not the one I want. I don't want this one. I want something else. I don't want this one. Okay, but that's static, which is not what I'm doing here in whatever configurators I was just looking at. Unless it is static. Enumerable string.select. It does do the static variant. Wait. Why? Because that's an array. And this is an enumerable, which doesn't do that. Okay, that's that, which isn't helpful. Surely I have something else that I have to have select somewhere else. I search this project, find hidden folder, search for select. You do as enumerable dot select. Wait, but you sure as hell didn't do that down where the fuck? Oh wait, but it did that as an enumerable. And this select does still use the static variant. Except this one doesn't. But this one does. Why? Do I need this? Seems like I don't. And this is still the static variant. Yeah, do the static one. What are you doing? Right? But then this one wants to use this one, which is no. I guess I might need itext.text height. Source T result. The source is itext. The result is int. But then this does not contain definition for select, and the best extension method overload queryable requires a receiver of type system.link.iQueryable. But it's enumerable. I don't want a queryable, I want an enumerable. I mean, that's not gonna change anything. right? Because it can be as an enumerable. This select still uses this one though. I don't know why. Oh, maybe because I'm stupid. Maybe I'm just dumb. Whoops. I forgot I actually need to specify this. And this should be width. Wow, that was needlessly complicated because I was dumb. Oh well. So now I can do measure string on type dot, well, no, I can just offset by type dot text width under this font, and I can add like 4 or whatever. And then I increment by xpad 2. And then I do the suffix now. Draw text. Right, and then that does that, so I don't need to do that. Couldn't I just do text height like that? And I just do these text width stuff. Batch, refx, refy, font. There we go. I was being a dumbass. And then I do x minus equals xpad plus xpad 2. Right, and now I subtract minus this. I mean, I don't know if it's probably going to say that the parentheses are unnecessary. Yeah. Yeah, fix it. Yeah, fix it. So I imagine it does x equals x minus xpad plus xpad 2 in parens, right? Yeah, because it defines this as an operator, a minus operator, and then it's going to put x and right is going to get evaluated as xpad plus xpad 2. Yeah, okay. Because that resets the x, which we need to do. Now, where are we at? And I need a suffix. abstract key tooltip appender. It's going to take an I text for the suffix. Now we assign that, and now this damage type weighted text wants it as a string. Wouldn't it be better to pass around one single iText object as opposed to multiple different iText objects? Is it gonna make a difference? So I pass one around, like let's say I have, because I only need the one, but whatever. I don't think it matters that much. Right, and now when I do this, I want to have this here. And then what I want is I want to do this would need to be public damage distribution tooltip appender. And then we're gonna do this with damage. Armor resistance tooltip appender. Well, apparently it doesn't like that. Wait, why did this have an override? Oh, because it's abstract. Because it's not an interface method. Because it's abstract, I have to provide an override for this. Yeah, okay. Thank you for that. So we're gonna pragma warning disable CS 8603. And then I guess it's qualified MID again. It's just the difference is this instead of this. And then do I have a singleton thing? I don't think I do. I don't have a thing for that. Abstract key tooltip appender, and I believe I do just want like a slingshot here. So now that I have a slingshot, we can actually go down over here and I can figure out where here, or I can figure out where in here our slingshot thing needs to be. Or like how we get that from the thing. Where is it? Hold on. This is a tool, which means we're down here? Yeah, we're here. I guess it's under the attachments. Have the same thing here. Actually, you know what I can do? I can make this a maybe. Wait, this actually is so much better. If this is a maybe, yeah, make this a maybe. If this is a maybe, then what I can do here, I think I can do maybe dot if present exactamundo. I can map it. And so if it's present, then we do all this stuff. If the weights don't exist, then we do that. So now I don't need to like check to see if it's configured or whatever. I can instead just do, oops, get rid of this, get rid of this. Get safe, right? And then this should be a maybe iDistribution. I don't believe this is correct. Also, I already have T here. Is it like here? Oh yeah, I think it's there. But I can't do that, because it doesn't want that. But I think I can do where D inherits from iDistribution. I don't think that's binding it correctly. I don't think I can do like this here, because I don't think it thinks that that makes sense. Yeah. Can I just do like is? No, okay. I need to look up some syntax stuff. Constraints. No, this is correct. I guess I can do that. Right, because it's just an iDistribution. But then here, I guess I need this where is iDistribution, and then this needs to be that. Oh. This would totally work in Java, by the way. Hold on. Look at this. This would totally work in Java, but it doesn't like it. So, okay. Well, in that case. I think I need this, where holy shit, please. So now it's like this. There we go. Local Minecraft mod are more comfortable with Java. Breaking news, more at 11. Wow, local Minecraft guy understands Java slightly better than C#. Slightly, but more. Drastically. Hold on. Then this has to return I armor resist. There are some things that I really do like here, but then there's some things like that where it's just really weird. This also needs to be maybe. Are you well? Oh, it's get safe. Whoops. I'm not well. And then this is slingshot I damage distribution. And the gets weights. The gets weights is maybe I damage distribution. Now we don't need this. And now we check if t dot attachments indexed at 0 is not null. Slingshot projectiles dot get safe. I need a key. T dot attachments indexed at 0 is an object. Qualified item ID, which is. Are you well? Oh, wait. Damage. There we go. Yeah, that's correct. Otherwise, we're just gonna return maybe dot empty, but I do have to specify this part here. I damage distribution. Nope. Everything was fine. There we go. Right, so now what it does is that it'll, since it's wrapped in a maybe, I'll return an empty enumerable Or I'll return empty numeral, empty list, whatever, same shit. Which means that since there's nothing to iterate over, there's nothing to do. And so then it'll just skip that. And now it's just a matter of figuring out how do I distribute the corresponding tooltip appenders to the specific thing. Is this? Yeah, okay, yeah. This needs to be a new damage distribution tooltip appender. My tooltip text appender, parameterized by item, armor appender, armor resistances tooltip appender, and then I need read only I tooltip text appender for slingshot, which I mean maybe I don't really need it like that. I could probably just have this be like a tool because these attachments is on tool, but it don't matter. We do slingshot. Slingshot damage distribution appender, bada boom. Look at that. Now, all this has is and then it's gonna be okay. So we have this at I enumerable I text. And now we can do if item instance of is not a word that is a thing. Is the is keyword? No. Do I do like type of? Oh wait, do I do item type of slingshot? No, this is like 100% incorrect syntax. this is wrong. Oh wait, it's like a get type. Right. Ow. Why'd I say ow? I didn't even hurt. Oh, this is get type. This is get type, get type, get type. Wait, can I just do item.get type? Oops. Get type. Hurt brain? No, I like banged my ring on the edge of my table. And it didn't hurt because I mainly hit the ring. Like, my hand was going down, and so the edge of the ring banged against the top edge of the table. Do I want to do like a dot equals slingshot dot what? Okay. Wait, I'm being an idiot. I was right beforehand. It was this. If item is slingshot. That's my. I feel like that's my biggest like weakness with C# is like the syntax and like the C# specific things that like Java doesn't have, which is like kind of obvious for every programming language. Obviously, if you're proficient with one programming language, you're gonna be pretty okay in another programming language. The only thing you're gonna be short on is like the very specific things and the syntax, which is like no shit. But yeah, I mean, this is my second C# project literally ever. This is like I've literally never coded in C# before in my life before, you know, this. This was my very first time with C#, and then when I did the oops all already written bats, that was me taking a break from this to learn a little bit more stuff. And so this is still very new. I'm still very new at C#, but I'm good at programming. So if the item is a slingshot, can I do that like fancy Java shit where I can then specify a variable? You're so fucking cool, C#. Oh my god, you're so cool. I'm gonna tell my friends about you. I can do the cool Java shit that you can only do in like Java like 17 or maybe it's like 16. I don't know. You can't do it in Java 8, so I can't do this in DDD basically. But you can specify a local variable when you're doing instance of type checking, so that in this block I can use this variable as if I had already casted item to slingshot. Which is I use this in like DDD all the or not DDD. I use it in like Chaos Edition all the time. I use it in like Truth or Dare all the time. It's not available in Java 8, so I can't do it in DDD. So I have to explicit typecast, but whatever. So basically, if it's a slingshot, then we're gonna get the text appender for our slingshot, get the text for that, and return that. Otherwise, Oh shit. I don't even think I can even use this. An abstract, whatever thing is, abstract key tooltip appender. I don't think it's visible. Oh, it requires 2 type arguments. Oh yeah, because then it requires an I damage distribution. I guess I can use it. Abstract key tooltip appender item and I armor resistances. And then the abstract key tooltip appender. Because it needs to implement both of these. Basically, right? I need the intersection of both of the key tooltip and the I tooltip text appender. And then we're actually gonna also pass in the keyboard state. Keyboard state. Oh boy. Quick fix using this thing. And then we're gonna actually have a private. Should I wrap it in a maybe? No, I don't need to wrap it in a maybe. I just need to wrap it in an I enumerable. Yeah. So if I have these things that implement 2 different interfaces, I can't specify an object that has both. And this can be parameterized by I to be the item. And this is where T is. Can I specify multiple constraints? So I don't care about that second parameter, but I do care about that first parameter. Abstract key tooltip appender. And then, I don't know, I don't care about the second type. And then I is item type expected. I guess I could do object. A class type constraint item must come before any other constraints. What the shit? What do you mean? Must before any other constraints. Oh, I see. You need multiple where clauses. Where that is that, and where T is that. I don't suppose I could have. I don't suppose you could have wildcards. Wait, can I do out? Hold on, let me look at this. My brain just exploded. Holy shit. But see, the problem is that you need this because for some reason you're like super specific about that needing to be that. Right? I would like to not have to specify this, but like I have to specify that. Or I specify a more generic root, interface. Actually, no, that's not gonna be here. It's gonna be here. Can I get this just like raw, or do I have to like pass it in somewhere? Right, because that's the keyboard state, which is just a full-on struct. Okay, yeah, yeah, because that's a specific. This is a specific snapshot. I gotcha. Actually, I don't know if these are internal interfaces. I didn't specify them as internal. I guess I can specify them as public. Well, I can specify this as internal. And that one's already internal. This one might need to be public. But I can access it outside. Actually, I don't even need to do that either, right? Key tooltip text appender, which is going to extend key tooltip and tooltip text appender, and then these are going to be parameterized by the same type. And all it does is it unifies it together. I pass that struct around, and this is going to be a sealed enumerable text. Return that. And then when this thing implements this, it inherits everything else, but it also has this useful like helper method function thing, this concept that does the thing that I want it to do. That being, I will check to see if is key held down for the state. If so, we return get text for T. Otherwise, we return get key text. Right? Beautiful. Okay, good shit. And then this thing, instead of doing this, it does key tooltip text appender like that. Everything else is still the same, but now that I've unified them together under a singular interface, I can now go here and have this be an key tooltip text appender, and I can get rid of this parameter. I can do the same thing here. And I can do the same thing here. And then this becomes an and this becomes an and key tooltip text appender, like that. But now this can just be parameterized like this. And then this can be an key tooltip text appender parameterized by right? Where is item. Well, I guess it doesn't need to now, because I just pass in the keyboard state for it regardless, right? Because now this will check if the key is held down. And then it will return the text if it's not, otherwise it returns the key text. So I just do this. Now, the thing is that this is no longer going to be empty now. I now need to specifically check if it's configured. Right, so I need to do if ddd configurations dot items dot configured for this item dot qualified item ID, then I return this. Right? Beautiful. And then if ddd configurations dot armors dot configured item dot qualified item ID, then I will return armor appender dot get text for the item and the state. Otherwise, I will just return a new list. Just return an empty list. That way, we're good. So now in my Harmony patch, I'm just going to be getting this text for the tooltip based off the current keyboard state and the item instance. And then I'm going to iterate over the enumerable, and we're going to call that text draw method. And then that's it. And that's the whole tooltip system complete. Theoretically. So I want a Harmony thing here. Actually, before we do that, what I want to check is this Harmony patch is just this, and it has a bunch of static methods for like the whole thing. And although this isn't like Java mixins where I specify like what I'm like the class I'm mixing into, and then like each method belongs to that class that I'm mixing into. I could have one file that contains all of DDD's Harmony patches for everything, but I'm still gonna split them up by class that I'm patching into, just to make it a little bit easier on myself. So this is going to be, I believe this is under item. Poask. Yeah, that's what I chose to spell good for me. Right? And so then as specified by this, you just fucking namespace that shit bop 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 bop. You know, bada bada boo. And we're not going to namespace this. I mean, I might. No, we're just going to namespace this in DDD SDV and just leave it like that. Oh, you want Harmony. Okay, yeah, dot Harmony. Fine, I'll do it. And were these all static? They were all static. And I guess I'll have a Harmony patcher that just do the whole thing. Maybe, I don't know. Okay, I now need to figure out where it's in the draw tooltip. It's in this, which is an item. So it's going to be internal static. Those are all static patches. Yeah. Well, that's not what that is not at all what I wanted to spell. So, this thing, yeah, right, like ref and okay, so I need ref for like the whole thing. Ref sprite batch. Sprite batch. Can I double ref? No, you can't. But how are you supposed to get a reference type of a reference type? Wait, no, it doesn't. It just passes the whole thing on. That's fine. Ref in Y. Ref sprite font. I don't need the alpha and I don't need the override text. So I don't care about either of those. Right? We just reference those things. And we're not setting anything out, but I do need the instance. But this one isn't ref. Okay. So now I have that. And so I now do for each I text in tooltip distributor dot get text for tooltip for the instance. There's no argument. Oh, I need the keyboard state. There's got to be a way to get the keyboard state. Game1.input. Can I do game1.input dot get keyboard state? Beautiful. Beautiful. Text.draw text. I need the sprite batch. I need to ref X, I need to ref Y, and I need the font. And that's all I would need to do. And that draws the items. It's like that, it's that great. Now the question is, how do you patch this shit again? You create a new harmony, beautiful. Then I get the original, the prefix. I don't need a postfix, I just need a prefix. But they're in the same package. I won't be, but I might still be able to see it. I mean, maybe? I don't know. I don't need this anymore. Oh, I need using Harmony lib. I guess that doesn't work. It has to be Harmony lib. The original is, as this would do, it would specify, so I'd specify the method. And then this, okay, so this method would be, do I do name of? No, I do type of to get that, and then I do name of to get that. Gotcha. Type of item. I guess I just do stardew valley.item. Name of stardew valley.item dot draw tooltip. There's gonna be new Harmony method, type of item Harmony patch, name of item Harmony patch dot add tooltip info. Good shit. And that should successfully patch it, if I'm not mistaken. Seems to be. Just doing laundry. Gotcha. So I believe this patches it. And then that's that. I don't need to have a Harmony patcher thing in like my Harmony package because on an outer package, so I can access all the inner packages. But on an inner package, I can't access an internal stuff from an outer package. Scope. Holy shit. Content. Concept is what I meant to say, not content. And then there we go. I mean, we have a concert. We create our logger, we have our harmony, we have all this stuff. A big part of this is probably like my config has a debug mode, right? Yeah, it do have a debug mode. It probably be good idea to you know, like use this shit. Where's this even used? Oh, it's used in registries. Oh, to like do that, obviously. Yeah, okay. So now I think part of it, I feel like I'm nearly done here. I've been at this for about 4 hours. We've been doing pretty damn good. I'm actually really pleased with that. We didn't get into the actual like damage calculation patching, but again, I want to work up to it, get my feet wet, patch some stuff, maybe even test it. Concept. See if it shows up on the tooltip if I grab an item, because we have these default values. They are set. Right? We did that last time. We set all this nonsense. I don't remember how you build this, but I want to build my project. Oh wait, do I just build? There we go. Is GitHub back online? Holy shit, it's back online. Wait, why are you upset to? What? What are you upset at? Never assigned to and always have its default. Well, that's because we haven't even fucking gotten to this shit yet. Of course they're never used because I'm not there yet. I'm not there yet. Okay, whatever. We're fine. So, this now means that in here, I believe, that's 6.0. I don't know what's in there, nothing. This is our DLL. I don't know if I want to click reveal in File Explorer. Okay. This is a 76 kilobyte mod. For context, now that I can actually do this. For context. Hold on. I'm not there yet. Issues are still considered inaccessible? What the fuck? It's like, okay. It's getting back online, but there's still some fucking problems with it, clearly. The issues shouldn't be, they should come online at some point. But where am I? Oh, wait, yeah, contributing. DDD has a repository size of 8 megabytes and a code size. Well, I guess the repository size of about 9 megabytes, and then a code size of like 1 megabyte. And then this makes the actual jar about 8.5 megabytes. Now, granted, there's like sound effects and music and shit, which actually contributes a decent chunk to that. So 76 KB versus 8.5 MB, you know, we're getting there. So this is the release zip, and then there's no dependencies, and that's the DLL. Okay. I don't need that open. I could now go and check to see if it all works, and I will. I'll probably quickly check off stream. So I don't have Vortex open. It'll take a bit. We'll see. If I can get it going in like 5 minutes or whatever, then sure. I'll show it on stream and see if it works. If it crashes or breaks or whatever, I'm not I'm gonna just fix the problems off stream and then we'll go back to it later. Assuming I can even get this to are you going or are you not? I don't know. So one thing we will look for example, now right now, all this is going to do is going to load the config, it's going to populate the config stuff, and it's going to patch this one thing to draw tooltip info, and then we're going to hope it draws it correctly. If it doesn't, then I know I've patched the wrong method. But that's fine, because all I need to do is figure out where I need to draw it, and then grab the instance, and then the input. And the input can be grabbed, like, statically, so that's not a problem. So it doesn't matter where I patch it in, like, the item method. I just gotta figure out where to correctly patch it. So, if I go here, I go to profiles, and then I enable this profile. And then if I go to the mods, and if I open the game mods folder, I guess? Or does it need to be a you know what? Whatever. We're just gonna fucking copy this, slap that shit in there. Bada boom, bada bing. That should be hopefully fine. Yeah, sure. Why not? It should work fine. I can't possibly see what could go wrong. Other than everything. Now, unfortunately, I don't have any debug statements to check to see, like, oh, if I've patched everything correctly, blah, 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 blah. I'll definitely need to do that. And also, like, there should be a config for this, right? Yeah, it should probably generate a config folder when it loads it. Oh, we got a whole bunch of the game fucking exploded. Our config is here. Now the question is, why did it explode? Obviously, it's something I did, but, you know, what did I do? The type initializer for DDD SDV config reader single resistance config reader through an exception. The type initializer in config reader config reading regex through an exception. System.text regular expressions regex parse exception invalid pattern. Too many right parentheses? I beg thine fucking pardon? Which one? Which one? Config reader, config reading, regex, class constructor, line 13 in the config reading regex. Okay. Allow negative entry tuple sub regex. So, what do you mean? Oh, wait, I see what the problem was. I need that. Right, because it's trying to parse it, and then, yeah, alright, I gotcha. I gotcha. I gotcha. I should be able to build this. Okay, so this was made recently. Now I can go to here. Our config has been created, which is cool. That means that it is reading it. Or, well, it's creating it. It should read it now. That's good. What the fuck? It crashed even faster. What do you mean? I have a malformed set of resistances. BS under. Well, that's a magic trick, isn't it? Ever? Wait, so then what, how are you malformed? Hold on. It's the one that has bludgeoning, slashing, and thunder. Unfortunately, I don't have the key here because, so it's this, it's like this one. I don't know if it's this one or this one, but it doesn't like this. Why? I'm gonna assume it was probably this one, and it proceeded to spontaneously fucking explode. So this is probably a. Okay, which one? Resistances config reader.parse entry, which is in config readers. Resistances config reader, parse entry. Boom is a malformed set of resistances. If this is not a match for the resist regex. Okay, so my resist regex is incorrect. Allow negative entry tuple subregex. Allow negative entry. Damage type subregex. And then, okay, so what's my damage type subregex? Oh, you know what? It's because it wants this. But I don't want it to specify that. Also, shouldn't this be like plus? Is this only used here as one reference, which is like right there? So wouldn't it then make more sense to just put that there? Whatever, I don't care. Because that was the Minecraft version that specifies it with DDD. I'm not doing it here because I don't think it's necessary, and that's like an old holdover from like a very weird system that didn't actually end up getting implemented, but its bones are left all over DDD's original code. So, if given the opportunity to do it again, I'm not gonna have it like that. So build number 3. Surely this goes well now, right? So the problem was not with the thing itself. See, and the problem is that with not with this, the configurators. With this is like I don't have access to the key, right? Okay, so I've rebuilt it. We're gonna try once more. It blew up again. We'll figure it out. Hold on, we'll get there. It registers the damage types. The resulting parsed config entry systems.collection.generic.dictionary is invalid for monster damage. Oh, well, for starters, that's not a useful error message. Distribution config entry. Dude, I swear to fuck. Distribution config. What's the best way you would do this? You really wow, okay. This doesn't actually go to string nicely. That's so annoying. That's so unfortunate too. I guess I'd have to do something like string.join, and then the separator would be that. Yeah, so it takes an enumerable key value pair. Or do I just put... No, I want this. The resulting parse config entry is invalid for that. And it's going to do it with square brackets, which is interesting, because then they're going to be like, well, I didn't specify square brackets. I specified it with parentheses. Ugh. That's annoying. Image context, maybe. Do I have a util? No, I don't. What are you even going on about? Oh, maybe because... Whoops. Rename. .cs. There we go. The non-generic type iDictionary cannot be used with type arguments. Well, do you think that's the one I wanted to use? Oh, yeah. That's a good point. What the fuck are you doing? There you go. Key value pair. The value. Well, nope, that's not it. In the dictionary. There we go. Now, what I want to do is I want to do... Wait, don't I just want to do... No, I don't want to do join, because then it's gonna... Unless I... What if I did this? I select, I map each thing. I map each thing to this. Whoa, what are you doing? Can't I just instead do this? Am I making this more complicated than it needs to be? And then just do this, and then in there, I do this, and then in there, I do this. Doesn't that just make everything easier? Empty if values has 0 elements. Beautiful. A string that consists of the elements of values delimited by a separator string. Or string. Empty if value has 0 elements. Okay, yeah, dude, that's what we need. So now I go to the distribution configurator, and I instead just do string utils dot dictionary to string, passing in that dictionary. Right. Now we build it again. Except I don't know what the problem with the post validation was. What was the problem with the actual post validation? It's invalid for monster damage. Okay, why is it invalid for monster damage? Resistances, monster resistances. That's not it. Actually, I believe that's in here, right? Monster damage. Yeah. Okay, so... Oh, when it goes to the damage distribution for the post validation, one of these might not be correct. All right, I mean, fair enough. We'll build it and we'll see what the problem is. Build. Something in here is incorrect. We're gonna figure out what it is. Either that, or I'm incorrect. which there's a non-zero chance of. But we're actually doing the config reading and shit, which is kind of sick. And there we go. It exploded. That's what we wanted. I want the smappy log to see why it exploded. Given key plus. Oh, you shitting me? Okay, we got a different problem. But this is actually a very fixable problem without having to recompile. The problem is that. Why is that like 8 times? Holy shit. There we go. No. No results. All right. So now I would need to go to the config here. I've changed it in default value, so I'm going to need to change it here. Can I replace? Yes, replace potion with poison. Replace. All right. Let's try it again. Now, the reason why I'm getting different errors basically every time I run it is because the config's fucking broken, but because I'm running it in parallel and I'm reading all these things at the same time, it just happens to be whichever one breaks first, so there's a couple problems that are present here. And here we are. The resulting parsed config entry 0.5 and 1 is invalid for monster damage. You're damn right that's actually invalid, but I actually don't know what fucking types it is. You instead just give me the type. My distribution configurator. This thing. I need the string keep beta string, and I need a func for value string val to string. Need a string called on this. Val to string called on this. Now I go here and I need to specify the things. IDDD damage type dot get name. The fuck do you mean you don't have a get name? Oh, you do actually have a get name, but it's this. Float dot. I think it's probably just like string dot or. See, but this is gonna parse a string as a float. And I convert a float to a string. A method group to system.func. Well, I mean, it is. Encapsulates a method that has one parameter and returns a value of the type specified by the string parameter. Right. I convert from method group. I need to like have a delegate. That'd be really dumb, right? How'd I do that shit? I think I need it as a delegate. And this is what, like a value. And you're gonna say that you can't be a delegate. Not convert from method group to this? What do you mean? I don't think I can cast to this. Oh, I don't think that's how that works. I want to just pass the method reference around, dude. Why can't I just pass that around? I'm coming from method group. What does that mean? Right, but this is a string. Oh, is it because? But that's dumb, though. Oh, because this takes an argument when it does that. Oh, that's annoying. I can't pass it as a function type. And float.parse is a static thing that takes that. But these, I guess I can't do that. That's so dumb. Whatever, dude. Whatever. I guess it's not as flexible. There's got to be a way I can specify this as a function delegate, but maybe not. All right, but this is. Wait, this is parse monster info, which is creates a method delegate to do that. But parse monster info. Wait a second. I'm going down a rabbit hole. Holy shit. And I should be able to do that because it can make a delegate. So I should be able to specify a delegate that takes this. Or maybe it just needs to be like this. So that being one of the in types. Welcome back. How the fuck does this? Okay, here's what I'm reading. You can convert an instance method to a func delegate by assigning the method group directly to the delegate variable. But I'm looking for a C# instance method as func method parameter. Right, but I don't need to actually specify it as a delegate. I just need a func that goes from here to here. Right? Right? So then... Oh, I see what it's specified. So yeah, but like that's not it. I want to specify. I want this to be like this, or just specify the class, and then it knows to call this with the first argument as that, which it should be able to do, right? Like, well, if I create a func, and it's going to take a float as a parameter and give me a string, and I just have this be a float dot to string. Well, for starters, that's syntactically incorrect. There's no overload for toString that matches delegate func float string. Why not? What if this is... Right, but see, then it can't be... Object reference is required for the non-static field magic method or property. Right, see, an object method is required. So then if I specify this, it then says that it's does not match the delegate. So then in what universe can I do this? You can't... It's to be callable through a function pointer, a managed method has to be static. And indeed, not possible to reliably call a .NET method without knowing if it's an instance or a static method. And the function pointer specification does not provide yet a way to convey this information. When invoking a delegate, because the function pointer assumes that the target function is a static method, it will give the return buffer as the first argument, whereas an instance method would expect it as the second argument. This is why we end up cropping. You're so fucking dumb. So you can't do this. You have to specify it like this. Man, I wanted to do cool shit. Oh well, whatever. Okay, look. We have this. This parses it correctly. One of the things was incorrect. Which one was it? It was... it said... something with 0.5 and 1 is invalid for monster damage. So, one of my monster damage things are incorrect. One of these is going to have 0.5 and 1. This one. Why? Why do you forsake me? Okay, so now what I'm going to do, I'm going to do a couple things. First, I'm going to build this again. Then, we're going to delete this. We're going to go here. I'm going to slap this thing in. Boom. I have not changed the config, but I've changed the message. And I know you can't see the message. But all I need to do is quickly verify that the message shows up correctly in the snappy log. So I should see it come back to me and say, you know, the whatever fucking problem. Right, okay, cool. It did the thing. It broke, awesome. All right, so now I go down to here. It should say the resulting parsed config entry. Oh, I have an invalid item damage too? You gotta be fucking kidding me. Where? Where are you? Show yourself. You. So now I actually have to go and physically change these things. It is... I don't fucking know. Okay, so for starters, 29 is something I should change. 29, this should be 0.5. And then there was one up here, but I don't know which one. Oh, it was the hothead for the monster damage. Me or him? You. Where is the hothead? Where is the hothead? There you are. Okay, so now it's correct. I'm just changing that, which means I don't actually need to do anything. So now we can go here. We can run this again. I fixed the config value, which should work. It didn't. It didn't. It just didn't. There's something wrong again. Force is a malformed set of resistances. You're goddamn right that's a malformed set of resistances. Because apparently when I was writing this the first time, I was an idiot. Alright, where? Where? You! Goodness. So, the upside, I guess, if you want to look for an upside, is that it actually is correctly finding all the errors in my default values. Where are you? You're under the false magma cap. I'm on fucking monster damage again. God damn it. Here, there we are. Love of all that is holy. Please do not have another mistake in the goddamn config. Please. Please. I beg you. It actually fucking finished. Oh my god, we fixed it all. Wait, did we fix it all? We fixed it all. Shouldn't I have Stardew here? Yes, I do. Okay. Ta-da! We did it! We're gonna load into our, whatever save thing. You know. Our modded, tested save thing. Here we are. I don't know where my mouse is. Help. I found it. I'm good. Do-do-do. It doesn't show shit. God damn it. I mean, it's loading my config shit. Yay. But it's not showing up. It did patch because it did load. So we know that. We know that it patched correctly. Because I created the harmony and then we like do that and then we patch. And assuming, let me just quickly check here that this is correct. Yeah, harmony.patch. Good shit. And so we can safely assume that it has patched. It just it just didn't work. It didn't actually, it's not actually drawing the text on the screen. I don't know why. Let me see if there's any, there's no error being popped up. Holy shit balls. So then what? Assuming it patched it, which I believe it did. We have a prefix method, and the prefix method, we're gonna get text for the tooltip. What if everything is correct, but it hasn't populated it? You know what? Let me check something that I don't have. Right. I don't know what the fucking slingshot is. I need a slingshot. I need a slingshot. Warp locations. Can you take me to Adventurers Guild? Fuck off, dude. Can you take me in there? No, you're not gonna take me actually in there. Alright, whatever. I'll do it myself. I'll figure out what the commands are and do that. Console commands, player add. Yeah. Or name. Yeah. Name. There we go. I have a slingshot. Doo-doo-doo. Look at that. Dude, it totally actually works. It just didn't work here. I was correct. So if I put this here, my game explodes. God damn it. Stardew Valley.menus.game menu crashed while drawing itself. Smappy will force it to exit and avoid crashing the game. The given key 0386 was not in the damn dictionary. You fucking what, brother? For starters, that's a bunch of bullshit. Wait! No, this is actually really useful information. Hold on. This is actually like really useful information. What I need to do is I need to warp me to here. Now that I have this fucking slingshot, you can see the text that's supposed to appear. Sort of. I like how it looks. It does not draw correctly. Damn it. Okay, so, this is useful. This is actually useful information. Because it might... Yeah, look at this, dude. Which I realize I don't actually want. I want this, and I don't want to get... Not qualified item ID. Just item ID. Maybe I should have it then be like that. In which case, then these, okay, that's fine. That's fine. These would have to have their fucking shit specified in front of it, like this does. These are all weapons, I presume, right? Like, whoops. Like this. Wait. Could I not presume... Hold on, but does the axe have it? Ah, shucks. Has a T. Oh, you have a fucking T. So these have T's, these have W's. I feel like it's probably better to just put these in. Because I might be like, oh, you shouldn't have to specify them, right? Like, what if you just have it handle it in code, right? And like append that, or like remove it, or whatever. But I think the qualified item ID is probably the better way to go about this. To be honest, this is probably a safer, more correct way to do this. No, what are you doing? Don't do that. I feel like that's probably better. This is just monster stuff, that's fine. So then this would need O. Now, for this, or actually more so for this should still be the qualified item ID, right? But shouldn't it then, wait a second. So you exploded, I understand you exploded, but why did you explode? Not present in the dictionary. At get, config implementation base configuration, line 25, from get safe. Well, that doesn't seem right. Oh, wait. So that's actually on me. Because get... This actually explodes. Key not found exception. Yeah. So map dot contains key. Map index that key. Otherwise, return null. Not convert null because it could be a non-nullable value pipe. Consider using default T instead. I can do this. But the default type for this type can be null because this is the default for a nullable type. So I presume that this returns null. Value types appending ? Wraps the structure in a system.nullable struct. When you evaluate default of that nullable struct, it returns an instance where the has value property is false. In C#, this instance is structurally equated directly to null. Okay, cool. In that case, that works. Yeah, because it'll evaluate to null. All right, cool. So this is right. And then I actually need to delete and recreate the whole config in that folder so that it can actually append all these correct default values with all of that shit in. But. Here, I don't want get safe. Actually, I want get or fallback to default. And this should be maybe dot is and I want this get or fallback to default specifically so that if I don't have something, it'll work, right? Which is how you ended up with a problem there. And on the weapons, you'd get the qualified item ID, which doesn't exist, so you'd say it wasn't configured. So this actually fixes it. So we'll build that. I'll be able to confirm that it works, technically. We'll go here, we will reload it. This should work. I should be able to see the damage distribution on the items, though it doesn't, like, move any of the other text, unfortunately. So I'm gonna need to make some changes there. Whoopsie daisy. Game, please. Plus. Look at that. See, it even says it doesn't actually format it with a %. Whoops. But this doesn't have a thing. I don't know why. Neither does this. I don't know why. Let's see, this works. We don't need nearly as much space there. And I might want a little bit more of a space there. And you put a percent. I need to figure out why that's not working. Unless those are tools and not weapons. No, it do be 47. Let me look at my default values. I should be able to see 47. 47's there. And the rusty sword should be, I believe the rusty sword's the first one. It is. I don't know what it's getting, but whatever it's trying to get, it's not working. We're like so close, dude. It's working for these. It's not working for these. Why? This is where I'm gonna have to go and debug a whole shit and whatever. But you know what? I'm done for now. I need a break, and I need to debug the hell out of this. It technically, huh? Yeah, it was lots of fun. We got some progress. I think I've just thought of something as to why something doesn't work. I'm gonna see if that fixes it. But yeah, that's gonna be it for me. I'll be back with more of this next week, but I will continue probably working on it on the side. Tomorrow I'll be back with your regular scheduled Stardew content. And so yeah, if you enjoyed this, you want to see where this project goes, sure drop a follow, so you can see when I'm next live, and you can join the Discord over here, if I can spell it correctly. There we go. On the off chance you want to see updates, because I'll post actual updates to it there. And that'll be it. All right. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for watching. Hope you all have a great rest of your day. Bye-bye.